Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honored participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the webinar on recognizing generic terms in geographical names from local language. This webinar is presented by UNGEGN Asia South-East Division. I am Aldila Pradana from the Geospasial Information Agency of Indonesia, acting as the MC for this event. I want to extend my welcome to all panelists to their presence at this webinar. I really wish that all of you who join us today are in good health. That's what we need in this COVID-19 pandemic situation. I also hope this event could be satisfactory and meet all of your expectations. I'm glad to welcome all of you this morning. For information, until last night, we had more than 600 registered participants from various countries. Most participants who join us today come from Southeast Asia countries, but we also have participants from another Asia region, Middle East, Europe, and North America. Thank you so much for your excitement. Another information, this webinar is also streamed live on Badan Informasi Geospasial's YouTube channel. So if your friend, colleague, may not be able to join Zoom meeting due to the limitation of participant number at the platform, they can watch this webinar on Badan Informasi Geospasial YouTube channel. You may search the channel on YouTube. Before we start, please allow me to inform you about the webinar rules. First, the microphone and chat section will be disabled by the host. Second, participants may ask questions to all panelists using Q&A tool on Zoom. Third, for documentation, the host will record this meeting. Fourth, if participants have any inquiries, please reach the contact person we have provided. Thank you so much for being so attentive. Now, we will start the event. The webinar will be held in two sessions, where each session there are question and answer activities from the participant to panelists. Between each session, we will have a break for around 30 minutes. Please allow me to inform you all of the agenda on this webinar. First, opening by the MC. Second, welcoming speech by the chairman of UNGEGN Asia South-East Division. Third, the first session of webinar. Fourth, questions and answer of the first session of the webinar. 5, break. 6, the second session of webinar. 7, questions and answer of the second session of the webinar. And last, closing. Okay, now we will move to the second agenda, the opening speech from the chairman of UNGEGN Asia South-East Division, Mr. Muhammad Arif Shafi'i. Please, Mr. Shafi'i, the screen is yours.
Thank you, MC. So can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, dear colleagues, speakers, and participants. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining us here today. My name is Muhammad Arif Shafi'i. I am the chair of the UNGEGN Asia South-East Asia Division. And on behalf of the UNGEGN Asia South-East Division, it is my pleasure to welcome you here today. I bid a very warm welcome to all the renowned speakers and attendees who took out their valuable times in joining us today to be part of this webinar event, recognizing generic terms in geographical names from local languages. I would like to express my high appreciation and gratitude to our speakers, Professor Ferzan Ormeling, who will talk about the toponimi and languages, Professor Multamia Lauder, she will share about ubiquitous toponyms and local language in Indonesia. Professor Marinton B. Waniko will share about languages, local languages and toponyms in Philippines, and Professor Muh Aris Marfai. He will deliver about geospatial information and geographical name standardization in Indonesia. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously help us make this event come together to become a success. Asia South-East Division is a regional division under the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, or UNGEGN, a UN organization working on standardization of geographical names. The Asia South-East Division includes 12 member countries from Brunei Darussalam, Bhutan, Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. Until 2020, UNGEGN Asia South-East Division has held a total of 8 divisional meetings. At the 8th divisional meeting in 2020, it was initiated to convene a webinar on local language to enrich the information on the map of estimated distribution language in Asia Southeast region. This webinar aims to share knowledge about the relation between toponymy and language, the distribution of local language in Asia Southeast Division member countries, and the role of geospatial information in creating of estimated distribution language map. Without any further ado, let us start this webinar. We would be delighted to have a discussion, suggestion, and question in this event. Thank you very much. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Arif Shafi'i. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the first session of this webinar. This session will be moderated by Head of Center for Topographic Mapping and Toponym, Geospasial Information Agency of Indonesia, Dr. Ade Komara Mulyana. Please, Mr. Mulyana, the forum is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Aldila. A very good morning, or very early morning for you who are in Europe, and very good night if you are now in North America. So we got attendees from all over the world for this webinar. So thank you very much for attending this webinar. So the main topics of this webinar will be on local languages and their roles in toponyms, in geographical names. So let me introduce myself. My name is Ade Komara Mulyana. I am the head or the director of the Center for Topographic Mapping here at Geospatial Information Agency of Republic of Indonesia. We are very blessed that this morning or today we have 4 distinguished speakers who have been deeply involved in geographical names or toponyms activities, not only in this region, but also all over the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start our webinar with the first speaker. So can you show us the PTA of the first speaker, which is Professor Ferjan Ormeling. So I think everybody knows him very well. He is a professor of cartography, and although he has been retired, but he's now engaged as a researcher at Amsterdam University and as convener of the UNGEGN Working Group on Toponym courses. He organizes such courses for more than 20 years all over the world. So he had visited our country, Indonesia, many times because of these activities. And he was chosen twice as UNGEGN Vice Chair. So thank you, Professor Ormeling, for being with us today to share your knowledge and experience. So the time is yours. You have about 30 minutes to present your material. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Mulyana, for introducing me. Good morning, selamat pagi. My name is Ferjan Ormeling, and I will speak about toponymy and language. So please do my first slide. I thank Professor Syafi'i and Badan Informasi Geospasial as current chair of the Asia South-East Division of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, UNGEGN for short, for its invitation to participate in this webinar on local languages. We work together in UNGEGN because we want to standardize our geographical names or toponyms so that they can play their role in the exchange of spatial information and to ease international communication. But the principle behind the international standardization is that we not only standardize our own toponyms, but also accept the toponyms standardized by other countries, taking account of transliteration where necessary, according to the source or donor language principle. Thus, standardization of toponyms simultaneously entails the reduction of the use of exonyms. There are enormous advantages in name standardization, but in order to reap the benefits, we should also concede something, and that's our exonyms. You can't have your cake and eat it. In the UNGEGN strategic plan, the vision is for every country to have common principles for national standardization of authorized geographical names that identify location and respect the associated culture and heritage, and to have these names easily accessible for national and international use, facilitating consistent worldwide use of geographical names to foster communication and cooperation. Every country should recognize, respect, and promote the value of geographical names as significant elements of its cultural heritage, language, and identity, including those of indigenous peoples and regional or minority groups. But at the same time, the maintenance and dissemination of standardized geographical names data should be every country's priority. This webinar has been staged originally with names in local or regional languages as its theme. UNGEGN has not provided much guidance yet how to deal with them, apart from, please do slide 2, stating that minority language names, and this includes regional or local language names, should be preserved and protected. Resolution 1/4D on multilingual areas states that in countries in which there exists more than one language, the national authority should determine the geographical names in each of its official languages and other languages as appropriate. Resolution 7/5 states, further recommends that wherever possible, national standardization be based on current local usage of name forms collected through fieldwork. But these resolutions do not provide clear guidance on whether or how these names from other than official languages should find their way to national gazetteers. And this paper will try to identify the ways in which we can both standardize our toponyms and preserve names in regional or local languages. Let us first look at the influence of language on toponymy. When we want to identify locations or geographical objects in our environment, we use geographical names, so these names have a practical purpose. When more people want to identify the same locations or objects, we must standardize these names in order to make sure that it is the same object or location they refer to. This standardization is beneficial as it structures both spatial information and space itself. It also helps us to travel from one place to another. The names we give to topographical objects in our environment would depend on the characteristics of these objects. Please, the next slide. So these characteristics are the relief, the soil, the vegetation, the shape or color. Or they could depend on the events, such as a battle or a weekly market or the discovery by some person. So the events that happen there or elsewhere, which we want to commemorate. Waterloo, for instance, is the place in present-day Belgium where Napoleon was finally defeated in 1815. And there are many places in the world, in the US, in Canada, in Australia, and in London's railway stations called after it. Places can also be called after our state of mind or after something we like or hope for. So names like Sukabumi, Weltevreden, that's the Dutch name for Jatinegara and Buitenzorg, the Dutch name for Bogor, and the French name Sans Souci, all mean don't worry. Other examples of such names are Cape of Good Hope or Cape Fear. Shopping malls get fancy names to attract visitors. And of course, we give these names in our own language, as at least originally, the meaning of these names was clear to us. Over time, the original meaning may have been lost. It may become opaque, and people then tend to explain these names by folk etymology. The fact that names are given in a language means that they are subject to the characteristics of that language. Next slide, Steve, please. So that should be slide number 4. When we go from oral to written languages, we are confronted with, yes, thank you. We are confronted with different writing systems, such as syllabic scripts, like Burmese or Japanese, ideographic scripts, like Chinese, or alphabets, like Arabic or Roman or Cyrillic. In order to fine-tune the pronunciation of these letters or syllabics, diacritic signs may be added. The registration of the toponyms would be in a specific form, either definite or indefinite, and in a specific case. In the Estonian, Latin, or Russian language, the different case endings of names would indicate whether you are in the city, that case is called a locative, or going to that city or departing from it. The name could consist of one or more words, and these words could be specifics like Jakarta or Singapore. They could be adjectives as lama, baru, ilir for old, new, or downstream, or they could be generics as kota, sungai, gunung, pulau for city, river, mountain, or island. When the names consist of more words, each language would have distinct traditions regarding the use of capitals and hyphens. Some languages use articles, and thus they can have a definite or an indefinite form, as they can have names in singular or plural, or even dual. In Arabic, for instance, the word bahr means sea, and its plural, seas, is bihar. And the dual form of this word is Bahrain, which means the two seas, as this island is situated in between them. Some names may be regarded as having a male or female or neuter gender, to which adjectives must be matched. So it's Casablanca, the White House in Spanish, but Rio Blanco, the White River, as the word casa is female and the word Rio is male. We must realize that the names given to identify locations or geographical objects were not given at random. Next slide, please. Number 5. The reasons for giving these names reflects on the language, culture, history, traditions, and sensibilities of the communities that coined them. These reasons, or the stories behind these names, we now regard as part of our cultural heritage, and that is something to preserve. The names given provide context to the space we live in, as they link it to our cultural and social history, and thus to our heritage. Just as the linguistic aspects of toponyms, the history behind the names can be stored as attribute information. Next slide, please. As the history reflects the original meaning of the name, it can also be used to decide on the correct spelling of the name in a study of the name's etymology, that is the origin of a word and its development through history. Other aspects of the attribute information are its location and its juridical status. And the last one is not the least. It is those names that are standardized nationally as the official ones that are exported for international use. And as much as we treasure the recent increased attention for the cultural heritage aspects of geographical names, we should be aware that that refers to our endonyms and not to our names for objects outside the national jurisdiction, that is, to exonyms. To promote our exonyms internationally is asking for trouble, as we see again and again within UNGEGN meetings. What will be the effect of national standardization of toponyms? Next slide, number 7. The effect of national standardization of geographical names will be that all the nation's inhabitants will know how to refer univocally to spatial objects within their country, how to spell them in a nominative case, pronounce them as correctly as possible, and know what kind of objects they are, how to abbreviate, hyphenate, or use capital letters when writing them, so that they can locate these objects correctly and use their names as links to which attribute data can be added. So national standardization is good for nation building, but it does more. Through national standardization, these names are also made available for the rest of the world's inhabitants to refer to objects in that country. In every national standardization, rules will be developed that will apply nationally. There's the rule, for instance, that the first letter in a name is written with a capital. Or, for instance, in Bahasa Indonesia, there was the rule of mandatory writing of generics as separate words preceding the specific, except when it is a false generic. Then the name should be written in one word. The river on which Surabaya is situated is called Kali Mas in 2 words. Kali means river. But when this name Kali Mas refers to a settlement like Desa Kalimas, or to an estate like Perkebunan Kalimas, it is written as one word. The Sundanese prefix Chi means river, but Cisarua and Cipanas, places where UNGEGN toponymy courses have been held, are not rivers, but they were called after the rivers. Cipanas and Cisarua, both in 2 words. What will be the effect of national standardization on regional or local languages? In UN Resolution 1/4D on multilingual areas, it was recommended that in countries in which there exists more than one language, the national authority, as appropriate, determines the geographical names in each of the official languages and other languages as appropriate, gives a clear indication of equality or precedence of officially acknowledged names, and publishes these officially acknowledged names in maps and gazetteers. For a regional or local language to be official, the government must confer legal status to it within a particular area or within the whole country. Usually, such legal status also involves that that language can be used in court or in primary education in that area. But in practice, on official topo map series and in official gazetteers, it is still rare to find full recognition of local or regional language names. Because of national standardization, names in local languages Next slide, please. May be written in a different script or writing system that may be unable to render all the vowels or consonants in a local language correctly. When the Dutch mapped Java, they couldn't distinguish in their alphabet between the sounds a or o used in the Javanese language. And that is why they, for instance, spelled the name Omborowo like Ambarawa. So the correct pronunciation and meaning was lost. Names in local languages might be written without the necessary diacritics or with arbitrary diacritics. So proper pronunciation will be lost again. Or the standardized names may not use diacritics consistently, either regionally or temporally. A century ago, on Dutch topo maps of the Indonesian archipelago, for different areas, different diacritics were used to render the same sounds. And over time, the use of diacritics to render the same sounds changed as well. Then, names from local languages may be written with standardized generics, either adding to or replacing local generics. The danger here is that double generics will emerge, like Pulau Nusa Kambangan or Pulau Gili Genting, Sungai Ciliwung. Pulau, Gili, and Nusa all mean island, while both Sungai and Chi mean river. Then, names from local languages may be written with or without articles, resulting in definite or indefinite forms. Arabic names can be written with or without the article. You can write Riyadh for the Saudi capital or Ar-Riyadh, Medina or Al-Madina. When using the article, it will be difficult to retrieve the names from a gazetteer, as all the names will start with Al or Ar. Or the objects named in local languages may not be recognized or rendered by official topographers. Sami names in Sweden would reflect the traditional livelihoods of the nomadic Sami people, that is hunting, fishing, and reindeer herding. Their toponyms most often describe the landscape or terrain. They would refer to the ease of passage, where it was possible to ford a river or to cross mountains, or they refer to relief characteristics and vegetation types. They would have special names for slopes with specific vegetation that would be functional to decide on their grazing potential for reindeer. But such names would not be collected by topographers nor rendered on official maps. Next slide, please. If we go for protecting regional or local language names, will this lead to a parallel toponymic namescape? Yes, it will. This is unavoidable. We must just find a way in which we both standardize toponyms and keep our cultural toponymic heritage as expressed in these local language names intact. This shouldn't be too difficult, as we are already used to many parallel namescapes in toponymy, apart from the two local and official language namescapes. There are, for instance, the male and female namescapes in Arnhem Land in Australia, where the male aborigines have one set of names and the females another for the same objects. There are the age-governed namescapes, where the younger generations would use other names than the older ones, like in California, SF or LA instead of San Francisco or Los Angeles. There are the social status governed namescapes existing in many Austronesian languages like Javanese or Balinese, where different toponyms are used for the same objects when speaking to a socially superior or inferior person. And there used to be seasonal namescapes because different nomadic groups, each with their own names, would visit the same area at different times. or because during winter, different objects would be visible and named as compared to summer. So if parallel toponymic worlds do exist already, how do we reconcile the protection of local languages with national name standardization? We just have to indicate which namescape is appropriate in which situation. Different scenarios are possible. Next slide. And one has to choose a solution amongst them that best fits each specific country. So the following scenarios can be discerned, but there may be others still. You can adapt all the names to the official language. This is the solution we adopted in my country up to the 1970s. We have a Frisian language minority in Friesland province, and all Frisian names were translated or adapted by the topographers on the official topo maps into the Dutch language. This practice is not acceptable anymore, as it doesn't take account of the cultural heritage of local communities. People in local communities are taxpayers too, and have equal rights in having their names rendered properly. You can have a bilingual map with both the official and the local names, in which by its sequence or by its letter type, it is clear which name is the official name and which name is in the local or regional language. This solution now has been adopted for topo maps in the Netherlands, where both Frisian and Dutch names are rendered in the Frisian language area. But this is only feasible because it is a relatively small area where double names have to be inserted, where consequently only half the number of topographic objects can be named because of space constraints. In multilingual areas with more than 2 languages, this solution isn't feasible anymore. Another scenario is have double generics, both official and local language ones, like Pulau Gili Genting or Sungai Citarum. This is cumbersome for foreign people who will think that the local generics are part of the specific name. Then it's possible to add generic codes to the name, like Citarum or Akelamo with an S added to them for Sungai or river, or Tubu Tekneno with a G for Gunung or mountain after it as the official generic designation. This happens also on French topo maps, where, for instance, after river names, the codes FL or RIV for fleuve or rivière are added, indicating whether the river runs into the sea or are tributaries of larger rivers. This coding is less cumbersome and takes less space than having double generics. In the areas where the local language is spoken, all names are spelled and rendered in the local language. That's the next scenario. But this would include, it's necessary to include all diacritics that are necessary for rendering the proper pronunciation of these local names. And this presupposes that spelling in a local language has been standardized, and that the areas where local languages are spoken have been demarcated. This solution will necessitate an explanation in the legend how to pronounce the letters with diacritics, and also the addition of a list of local generics with their equivalent in the official standard language. So the map margins will be loaded with explanation and list of generics, which will be quite cumbersome. Another solution would be to add the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet Pronunciation Guide, to the gazetteer. However, this would necessitate learning to pronounce IPA signs, and not many gazetteer users are likely to do so. Finally, if national standardization rules make it impossible to render local language properly, for instance, because national guidelines prohibit the use of diacritics on national map series, then one must take care to produce on a local or regional level an environment in which these local names are rendered properly. So there would be a need for local language school atlases and wall charts, local language name signs and signposts, local language directories and gazetteers. They would all be needed. As indicated above, local communities have the same rights to have their names portrayed and rendered correctly as other taxpayers. Finally, next slide, please, slide number 12. This paper aimed at reconciling national standardization with the care for local languages as a cultural heritage. National standardization aims at one set of names as the official ones, to be used by and pronounceable by all the nation's citizens, and which can play its role in the exchange of spatial information worldwide. Whenever other name sets emerge that reflect local languages, the use of these name sets must be regulated in order not to disrupt the primary goal of national standardization. These other name sets can either be merged with the national one by using one of the scenarios stated above, that is B to F, or they can use, or their use can be stimulated or prescribed on a local level, which was the last scenario. Finally, one must realize, whatever solution is chosen, that standardizing the names in a gazetteer isn't a standalone operation. There must be follow-up on the ground as well, where directories, address books, name signs, and signposts must reflect the local names as well. Preservation of the name's heritage won't work if it is only applied to names lists. It must also be visible in reality, as on the next slide. Thank you for your attention. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ormeling. Big applause. It's very interesting topics that was discussed by Professor Ormeling, not only on the theoretical aspect of local languages in toponym, but also we heard that Professor Ormeling is very familiar, very knowledgeable about the local names in Indonesia. So for me, as a non-Japanese people, I just realized this morning through your presentation that place name like Ambarawa, it's actually supposed to be Omborowo, but the Dutch at that time were not able to differentiate between A and O. So that's something new for me as well. Also, not only presenting some dilemmas or problems on the use of local languages in standardization of toponyms, Professor Ormeling also presented some solutions for that issue, how to include local names in our gazetteer or our toponyms. Okay, thank you very much. And in Q&A box, I've already seen some questions directed to you, so be prepared to answer those questions, Professor Ormeling. Next, we would like to invite Professor Multamia Lauder as our second speaker. She is a professor in geolinguistics in University of Indonesia here, and she is also head of our Indonesian toponymy community. So she's a well-known expert on toponym, not only in Indonesia and in the region, but she also contributed in UNGEGN. So she has published a paper in Manual of UNGEGN, for instance. Professor Multamia obtained his doctoral degree from University of Indonesia in Jakarta, and she got to master's degree from France, from l'Université de Grenoble, in French. Okay, Professor Lauder, the time is yours. Also about 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good day to everyone. I'm going to share screen. Please wait for a bit. Is the screen already?
Yes, we can
upload?
see it.
Okay, so thank you very much for this invitation and good day to everybody. Today I'm going to talk about language maps and generic terms in local languages. Actually, this is in line with what Professor Ormeling presented. This is about the generic terms, but I'm going to talk specifically about utilizing language maps to find generic terms in local languages, because we have 718 local languages in Indonesia. Okay, the first one is I'm going to talk about the identification and naming of geographical features in Indonesia. It requires basic information about local language generic terms. So language map, according to me, can be beneficial in this. And this presentation describes about all of these things. And then the next one, my standpoint is that toponyms are cultural artifacts. And I quote this from Taylor. He said that place names generated by humans as language user in response to their environment. The environment is first and foremost a place in which to dwell and to sustain life, in which to pursue various kinds of recreation and ritual, and in and through which to travel. This response perforce changes over time as our relationship with our environment changes. Place names can thus be seen as a cultural artifacts which arise from the interaction between language and environment. This means that to understand a place name, when it was coined, by whom, and with what motivation in mind. It is important to collect as much information as possible from both sides of this interaction, while the environment is studied by site visits, conversation with local people, and through detailed maps and plans. The language is approached above all through the collection of early forms and their context. Although, of course, conversation with local people can play an important role here too. So this is my standpoint. And this is, I'm trying to talk about generic and specific. So this is the naming principle in Indonesia. There are 8 basic principles. First, use the Roman script. Second, decide on one name per geographic features. If we have other names, we can put it in the gazetteer as variant. And number 3, use local names. Number 4, comply with government legislation. Number 5, respect the existence of ethnicity, religion, race, and class. Number 6, do not use proper personal name of people who are still alive. Number 7, use Indonesian and or the regional languages. And 8, limit names to a maximum of 3 words. This is for new names. Okay, this is the principle that we use here in Indonesia. And then these are the geographical features. It consists of the natural features, built features, and also administrative division or area. And about standardizing geographical names is based on the principles and procedures for naming topographic features. The standardization of topographic features include the process of determining and approving geographical names, their spelling, writing, and pronunciation. This is all connected with the language. So the purpose of the standardizing toponym is to improve the efficiency of geographical name standardization in Indonesia, to guarantee the efficiency of regional administration of the Indonesian state, to promote the national gazetteer in order to move forward towards agreement on single authorized standard names for all geographical features in Indonesia, to create a database containing accurate information describing all geographical features throughout the entirety of the Indonesian archipelago, the territory of the Indonesian state, in the interest of national development. And this is about the place name construction. The construction of elements in place name must be observed carefully, especially the accuracy of writing names, which are closely related to our knowledge of names in the form of generic elements from regional languages. The name contains two elements, namely generic and specific. For example, Gunung Salak or Salak Mountain. Gunung is generic and Salak is specific. This is the element that we have always observed carefully in the field. And then generic elements are elements which explain or describe the general form or nature of geographical feature. They can be in Indonesian or in a regional language. So for instance, for river is Kali in Betawi language and Kruang in Achenese. And mountain is Bulu in Buginese and Dolok in Batak language. So specific elements are elements which describe the proper name from generic elements which have been previously mentioned. This is the words construction for Indonesian. So example, Gunung Merapi. Merapi is a specific element, a proper name which comes from a generic element, Gunung meaning mountain. Kota Surabaya. Surabaya is a specific element, a proper name which comes from a generic element, Kota meaning city, as an administrative area. So for that, because it's concerned about language, so we have to see the language situation in global. So this is about the language all over the world and also the ancestral migratory routes. So you can see how the language can really used by one community to another community. So this is all in all, this is the one that we have to think about. So for us in the Asia South-East Division, so we have to think about all the languages in the Southeast Asia area. And The language is also telling us about human migration and dispersion. The lines on the map indicate ancient ancestral migration route at different time depths. As can be seen, Indonesians trace their ancestry back on a route through Kalimantan, the Philippines, and Taiwan to mainland China. It should also be obvious that their past involved seafaring. The story of human language is then one of human migration and dispersion going back thousands and even tens of thousands of years. Evidence from written sources only goes back a few thousand, so we use evidence from anthropology, archaeology, and genetics, among others, to try to see further back in time. This multidisciplinary evidence can be used to trace the expansion and migration of human ancestors out of Africa into Europe, Asia, and the Africas, along with their approximate date. This is according to Atchison. So we have to see how the language all over the world. And now I'm going to specify the condition in Indonesia. So the use of Indonesian and regional languages is something like this. Around 85% of Indonesians still use a regional language for daily communication in the home. Indonesian as a national language, mostly used in the office and school. Increases in the use of Indonesian and decreases in the use of local languages go hand in hand with increasing access to education. Based on occupation, farmers and miners have the lowest rate of use of Indonesian daily at home. Based on religion, adherents of Islam and Hinduism are more likely than other religions to use a regional language daily in the home. So this is the general condition in Indonesia. And this is, I describe about, we have 718 local languages in Indonesia. It's a totally different language. It's not a dialect. You can't understand one another. So that's why we need Indonesian as a national language for us to communicate between us. But from that 718 languages, there are only 13 languages who has speakers more than 1 million. So these are the languages: Achenese, Batak, Malay, Minangkabau, Rejang, Lampung, Javanese, Sundanese, Madurese, Balinese, Sasak, Makassarese, and Buginese. So you can imagine lots of them have speaker below 1 million. So these are the details. And then this is the spread of the languages all over Indonesia. So we can see the in this table that the regional population and number of regional languages. So mostly in the west of Indonesia, the population is high, but the number of languages is low. But when we go to the east, the number of population is low, but the number of regional languages is high. So you can see the contrast. For instance, in Java, Madura, and Bali, we have around 123 million people, but the languages that we have is around 20. But at the east part of Indonesia, for instance, in Papua, the population is around 2 million, but we have 271 languages there. So this is the condition in Indonesia. It's not balanced. It's mostly in the east part, which is complicated with lots of small languages. So for that, we need, for us in Indonesia, language mapping, because we have so many languages. So creating language map, how do we create a language map? So we need geolinguistics as a scientific discipline which studies geographical language variation. It is based on field work, the gathering of data from villages in a linguistic area. This data is analyzed using research technique that allow us to create language maps. These maps help us to visualize where dialect and language areas are and where the boundaries between them are. They can reveal the spatial distribution of language and also the path of human migration. The procedure is the area for which a language map is to be made, the villages for sampling minimum is 20 to 25%. This is to get a higher accuracy. Visit each village in turn and record environment responses for each item in the questionnaire using the International Phonetic Alphabet. Classify the responses for each item in all villages. Example, how they name and pronounce selendang or scarf in their language. See example on following slides. The resulting classified data can be used as the basis of the language map, which is one linguistic item per map. So this is the map of scarf, selendang. This is an analysis of the phonology of the 6 variants of scarf or selendang, shows they form 3 groups. The groups are represented with an arbitrary symbol, square, triangle, and circle. Within the groups, the different phonological variants are also given different shade of that color. Triangles are for variant selendang and solendang. Squares are for variant kerudung, kudung, and kudungan. And a circle for tiung. So you can see mostly on the west side is the square variant there. You have kudungan, kudung, and kerudung. And also on the east part is the circle one. They pronounce it tiung. So roughly from this one, we can see there are 3 different groups that exist in that area. So every maps should be put the data correctly, and then after that we make isoglosses. So we can see the spread of each variant. And then 2 of the most fundamental kinds of analysis in language mapping are isoglosses, which is isoglosses are lines on a language map which show where the boundaries between linguistic areas are, and dialectometry. Dialectometry is a means of quantifying the degree of variation between 2 language varieties. And an isoglossis is an imaginary line which is drawn on a language map to describe an area containing data collection points where the same language feature is used. A single isogloss describes the boundaries between two geographical areas where different varieties of a word are used. When the isoglosses from several different words fall in the same place, they appear as bundles. A single isoglosses cannot be used to draw conclusion about language boundaries, but bundles of isoglosses can. The thicker the bundles, the greater the difference between two areas. So this is the example of bundles of isoglosses. This map of Bekasi Regency in West Java is the result of stacking or layering 218 individual isogloss maps. The resulting map demonstrates places where many isoglosses bundle together to form a thick line. These thick lines can be interpreted as language boundaries. In this case, the isoglosses describe the boundary between three language areas in Bekasi Regency. That is Betawi, Sundanese, and Javanese. And another thing is we use also dialectometry. Dialectometry is a means of quantifying the degree of variation between two language varieties. The process involves the following steps. Draw triangles on the map that connect pairs of villages which are to be compared. Calculate and interpret the degree of difference. Scale for interpreting the result. Less than 20%, we consider it not different, and between 21 to 30%, we consider it different speech, and then between 31 to 50%, consider as different subdialect, and 51 up to 80% consider as different dialects, and more than 81% we consider it as different languages. The different categories are shown on the map as lines of different thickness. So this is how to quantifying the degree of variation. That is the formula. So S is the degree of difference between one observation point and another, and N is the number of maps which are being compared, and D is the degree of lexical difference in percentage. And this is back to the Bekasi Regency. This is how you see that is the result of the dialectometry, which is, if we can see, this is similar. If you see the left-hand side, the dialectometry is similar to this one. So this is similar between the bundle of isoglosses and the calculation of dialectometry. So we can be sure that in Bekasi there are three different languages. So from that procedure, how to make a language map, and now how can be benefits of language map. So this is tracking the generic terms. A result of language map helps us to find generic terms from different local languages. Coordinate with language center or university, or to get information about generic term in each province, because not everybody can make language map like this. So we have to coordinate with language center or university. For us, the most important thing is how to get the information about generic terms in each province. With this information, we can have accurate information how to write and to pronounce place name correctly. So this is just a sample from the 718 languages. This is, I just give example just from 9 local languages. So we try to check the generic for mountain, river, and bay. So for instance, from the Sanggau Regency, you can see there is a Muduk language, and for mountain, they say Dohik, and for river, they say Sungi, and for bay, they say Tolua. And this is about all other languages. And also, for instance, for Sasak language, you can see that they say for mountain is Doro, and river is Sori, and bay is Teluk. So, and also for Sundanese, the bottom one, the generic for mountain is Gunung, for river is Wahangan, and for bay is Supitan. So this is how we try to benefit the result of language map to get generic term from every local languages. So now deciding about the standardizing names, the national team sets the standard for the names of topographical features, their spelling, how they are written, and their pronunciation in the National Gazetteer, taking into consideration the suggestion from the provincial level committees. The National Gazetteer is compiled from database which have been verified. The national team performs its verification of data and compilation of a national database with the help of an acting committee and a secretariat. The resulting database of standardized name is officially established with a government regulation. And then this is about collecting of names and generic geographical feature names in the field according to the local speaker, creating standardization of writing and spelling of geographical names for local oral languages do not impose Indonesian spelling to local languages. So this is still, there is a still misunderstanding that all local names should be written, imposed with the Indonesian spelling. So mastering principle and procedure for geographical names is also very important. So this is to create a national database of geographical names. And how to standardize, that's why that we still arguing here is that correct writing of toponym is very necessary as a single reference in the National Gazetteer. Furthermore, it is used as reference for maps, dictionary, textbook, and all files in this country. So as a case study, I just give you one example. Tanjung Priok, are we going to write Tanjung Priok as one word or two words? Is it Priok or Priok? So it is actually the local pronunciation that is standardized, not Indonesianized, so that the characteristic sounds of the local language or dialect do not become extinct. It is better to standardize the writing form of, for instance, Palabuhan Ratu, rather than Indonesianize it is as Pelabuhan Ratu. This alignment is very much needed to preserve the mother tongue throughout Indonesia. So this is also about how to write. For instance, the specific name is Penida. So for referring the name of an island is Nusa Penida in 2 words. But if a town named Nusa Penida, then it should be in 1 word. Same with Gadung. As a name of an island is Pulau Gadung, 2 words. But as a name of an urban district area is Pulau Gadung. So, but this is still difficult to implement, but because not everybody really realize the differences between this one. So we still have lots of discussion about this standardizing written form. And then that is about the constructing generic form from the linguistic maps. And this is about constructing generic database for the Asia South-East Division members. So actually, UNGEGN Asia South-East Division is in the process of constructing a database containing generic names from all the member countries. This is actually already set up a few years ago, but for the moment it was on hold. So I would like this project come alive again, and we really finalize this project. So ASE, in accordance with the adoption of Resolution 10.5, now comprises 12 member countries, namely Bhutan, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. The generic names in the database are organized into the following categories. This is what we agree between us, 12 countries. The categories are hydrography, topography, administrative, settlements, transportation, land use, man-made features, and cultural heritage. So far, 3 countries, Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia, have submitted near full set of generic names, while the Philippines and Singapore have submitted a partial set, and other countries are in the process of submitting their generic terms. So this is still in the process of finalizing this ambitious project. So this is, I just show you a bit. This is what we got so far from the 3 countries, from Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia. For instance, for the feature plateau, in Brunei, they say mercu. In Indonesia, we call it dataran tinggi, and in Malaysia, and also dataran tinggi. So there is some similarity and differences. And for instance, for island, all of us say pulau. But for instance, for number 10, temple, in Brunei, they call it tapikong. In Indonesia, we call it candi. And in Malaysia, they call it kuil. So this is interesting. There are similarity and differences, because if you see from the language that these 3 countries use, is all based on Malay. So we can see the similarity and the differences here. So this is just a start, and we need to finalize this one. So following up, data collected so far reveal a good deal about complexities, but we need more studies to handle this project for ASE members. Other UNGEGN division may also benefit from this project so they can create their own generic terms in their own divisions. And then the conclusion and the recommendation. The conclusion is, it is a top priority that naming policy prioritize the creation and preservation of place name that reflects Indonesia's regional linguistic and cultural diversity, so this can become the standard for local and national use. Research into generic place name is as many of the hundreds of indigenous languages is needed as the basis for writing topographic names. In the interest of history and culture, we need to recheck the meaning, history, or the etymology and cultural significance of proper or specific names which have been given by the local people. The importance of national scale task of reviewing and standardizing geographical names should be performed by a team that includes experts in the scientific study of language or linguists who have specialist knowledge of toponimi or geographical linguistics. And the recommendation is, as basic knowledge in geographical linguistics, local history and working knowledge of toponimi are needed. Nationally, there are 718 local languages in Indonesia, meaning that there are at least 718 generic elements. But internationally, only the generic from the national language is recorded in the ASET database. So this is, we still have to think about it, how to solve this one. And further coordination is needed on the use of duplicate generic, because Indonesian and local language are used at the same time. This is actually in line with what Professor Ormerling mentioned. For instance, shall we say Pulau Nusa Penida or Pulau Penida, because Nusa is Pulau, so it should be Pulau Penida. But we don't know, because we still say Sungai Ciliwung, not Sungai Liwung. So it can't be river Liwung or island Penida. So this is the thing that we still have to discuss between us, and Professor Ormerling's suggestion is very valuable. So that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor Lauder, for your excellent presentation. So you are trying in one of your research to construct local map in Bekasi. It's very interesting because we know Bekasi belongs to West Java province, but it borders with Batavia, with Jakarta. So there will be some mixed culture over there. Also, this is located on the north coast of Java, which has a strong influence from Japanese culture as well. So therefore, your research shows that 3 languages are used in Bekasi: Japanese, Sundanese, and also Batavians. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we move to Q&A session. There have been some nice questions asked by the audience to our distinguished speakers for the first session. So please show it. Next one, please. The first one is from our colleague from Sri Lanka, Mr. Brian Rupasinghe from Sri Lanka Survey Department. So the question is it a requirement to standardize generics of local languages and incorporate into national gazetteer, because in Sri Lanka they have not done so. So they only standardize using two official languages, which is Sinhala and Tamil. So it is a requirement to include the standardized local languages into the national gazetteer. So it's in line with both Professor Ormeling and Professor Lauder presentation. So Professor Ormeling, you have any comment on this?
Yes, if you want to know the nature of the objects with local language names, then it is important that you standardize the generics. I didn't know that there are other language communities in Sri Lanka, except from the Sinhalese and the Tamil ones. So apparently there are still other ones. But as I said, if you want to preserve the cultural heritage of these local language communities, and at the same time want to know about the nature of the objects, whether they are mountains or rock formations or rivers or whatever, then it is important that you standardize the local generics. Thank you.
Okay. How about you, Professor Lauder? Do you have any comment on that question or suggestion?
Yes, I agree with Professor Ormeling. Generics are important because names, place name is really telling us a story about the history from each country, how it formed the country, the formation of the country from the very beginning, and how can you understand the history and the culture from the country if you don't really dig down to the generic terms. So in this terms, I'm really agreeing with Professor Ormeling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. I think it's clear. So we should try to include as much as possible the local languages into our national gazetteer. I think Professor Ormeling has suggested some solution for that, either using bilingual maps or some other suggestion that we can find in his presentation. Okay, we move on to the next question, please. This is for Professor Ormeling, so from Willy Mirsha. So how do you think whether the name of city should use only one syllable? So if the name of the city consists of two syllables, must they be combined into one syllable? So what is your suggestion on this, Professor Ormeling?
Yes, thank you. I understand from the answers that I got on my question to this person, that she means not two syllables but two words, and yes. as far as I know, it is perfectly all right to have two or even three words in a name. More than three words becomes very difficult from a cartographic point of view. It is so to have maps with names that consist of more than three words would not be advisable, but that's from a cartographic point of view. I don't know about a linguistic point of view. That would Professor Lauder would be able to answer that.
Okay, Professor Lauder, go ahead.
Yeah, names could be 2, 3, 4, or 5, but we suggest in our regulation in Indonesia, maximum 3 words. So we consider if you put names in the map, if you have long names, those names is going to crisscross and it's difficult to see the map. So from a cartographic point of view, it is important that you limit only 3 words, not syllable. So I can understand your question about which is you combine it or not. So I have to go back with the standardizing form for how to write toponym. For instance, if there is an island named Gadung, so you write it down, Pulau Gadung, 2 words separately. But in Jakarta, you have a place named Pulau Gadung. So because that is a place, the pulau there, it's not a generic of an island, it's a pseudo generic. So when you write it, where do you live? In Pulau Gadung. How do you write Pulau Gadung? It's 1 word, Pulau Gadung, because you're not living in an island which the name of the island is Gadung. You stay in a place which name Pulau Gadung. That's why we call it double generic. That's Professor Romerling already mentioned it really clearly and in detail about that. So when you have to write the name combined or not, it depends on where do you live, in an island or not. This is for the example of Pulau Gadung. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lauder. It's very clear. And the next question is a hot topics, Professor Romerling, here in Indonesia, because our government just issued a regulation number 2 to this year, 2021, government regulation number 2, 2021, on the establishing the regulation for geographical names. So the standards has now become an official standards, has a legal foundation in this government regulation. However, even recently, we found that the naming of some features are done not accordingly to this new regulation. Like we just have a name of a toll road, which is named after a prince in UAE, and also even the name of our president is used for a hill in some places, yeah, in order to attract more tourists to that areas. So there's some contradiction. Like we have a regulation that has been issued by our government recently, but even recently we still found some naming activities who doesn't follow the regulation. So what's the best solution for this kind of problems that we are facing here in Indonesia? This is from Mr. Triono. Okay, Professor Romerling.
Yes, this is a bit of a tricky question. I don't want to meddle in your national politics, but in general, if a name authority is put on a regional basis, it would be less powerful than if it is put on a national basis. If name standardization is put on a national basis, the body that imposes the rules and checks whether the rules are being followed is generally more powerful and has better influence. This is a general answer, but Professor Lauder would be more knowledgeable about the situation in Indonesia.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I know that Professor Lauder wrote an article about this in our national newspaper. Okay, go ahead, Professor Lauder.
Okay, first of all, we should obey the rule. That's number 1. Okay, we set the rules, we have to obey the rules. But there are something that beyond our capacity, because there is so-called political consideration, and also about consideration between the what do you call it? Between two countries. So there you have to respect one another. The tricky bit is the UAE gave a name, an odo name, a street name in their country with our president name, Joko Widodo Street there. And then to respect them because of that, so we gave one street, it's a toll road here, and they call it with the name of the prince of UAE. But that is consideration of honoring other country, political, geopolitics consideration. That is beyond the toponimi rules. But if you want to stick to the rules, the answer is no. I already asked, actually, I wrote an article in the newspaper. Please consider to rename again, but it seems difficult for for our president, because his name is already used at the UAE street, and how could he cancel the name of a powerful prince from the UAE? So there is actually a homework for us, Pak Mulyana. We have to sort of educate or give information to all the governors about this regulation. This regulation is just in January 2021, this year. So maybe this is still that we need to work hard to make everybody understand that the rules is no. You cannot use geographical names with a living person. If you want to use it, wait till he passed away 5 years. So that's the rules. Okay, so that's the thing that I can say.
So I see Professor Juanico also nodding his head, but maybe you can give comment to this in your session. Maybe you find something similar in Philippines, but we'll see later this afternoon. Okay, we move on to the next question, please. Okay, from Mrs. Diakirana. We need fancy names to promote places like Yogyakarta. Most people call it now Jogja. So what do you suggest for this kind of, nickname or fancy name used in the daily life for cartographic purposes? Professor Ormeli?
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Dia. Cartographic maps are official documents, so in my opinion, the official name should be included on them. And I know from my own experience in Holland that this is not always followed, this official policy, because the seat of our government is Schravenhagen. It is a very long name, and most people give it an abbreviated version, Den Haag. So, and even nowadays, you will find the name Den Haag on the signpost in the railway stations, and also on the signboards along the roads. So this shorter version has won in the end. And it is, at this moment, it is only the official documents, the laws that have been decided by our parliament that still say that they were accepted in Schravenhagen instead of Den Haag. So the shorter version is taking over, but in principle, as I said, as maps are official documents, the official name should be adhered to. Thank you.
Okay, so we should keep at least in official documents, okay, the official names. Professor Lauder, you have any words on this?
Yeah, actually, this question is for Professor Ormeling, but maybe I can add a bit. A place name can have several names. It could be the official names or a sort of nicknames. For instance, I have a really long name, Multamia Retnomayaktita Wangsi Loader, but nobody mentioned me with that name. That name is just Mia. That's that. It's just the same with a place name. You can have the official names, but you can have also a nickname for that place. For instance, New York, everybody know New York, but they have also another name for New York, Big Apple. And why not? So it's just you have to know whether this is an official names or this is a daily name for conversation. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lauder. So as long as we can distinguish between official names.
If I may just add,
Okay, go ahead.
Just imagine that on the map of the US, you would find the name Big Apple instead of New York. just imagine. So this already answers the question, I think.
Okay. So,
yeah.
So if I may conclude that on map, which is an official document, we should stick with official names. But in daily conversation, it's okay to use a shortened version of the names, more popular names, as long as we are aware that those names are not official names. Okay, there are still some more questions coming up. So we still have time. In Malang City, East Java, most of the names of the territory is taken from name of plants that existed in the past, where the naming can be seen or checked in the Pararaton book. As long as I know, Pararaton book is a book of kings, a history about one of the king over there. So what do you think about this practice, Professor Ormeling?
I think that most of the names, not only near Malang but all over Java, are have been taken from plants. If you look at the, for instance, in the Sunda language area, practically all of the rivers have been named for plants. Different kinds of trees, different kinds of shrubs. So it isn't only in Malang that this practice has been used, but I think all over the country. Is that correct, Professor Lauder?
Yeah.
So we are one of the most biodiverse country in the world. So we have so many different kind of plants, trees. So
yes, and it also showed the enormous diversity of the tropical vegetation. Yes.
So I just realized that it shows in the place names as well. So our biodiversity. Okay, that's a new insight as well. Okay, next one, please. So from Novianti Listianingrum from Gadjah Mada University of Indonesia, we can describe characteristic using toponym, or toponym can be derived from the characteristic of the object, soil, vegetation, shape, color. How to, so is there any way to analyze the natural resources using toponym? So can toponym be used as tools to identify our natural resources? That's basically the question. Also, can we use the toponym to analyze the natural hazard potential of a certain areas? Okay, Professor Ormeling.
I think this is rather difficult. Place names could not inform the local population whether suddenly a volcano would erupt somewhere in the fields, and it couldn't inform the local population either whether a tsunami would suddenly get to the coast. I'm afraid perhaps only some toponyms that would indicate a very steep slope might indicate a possible landslide, but otherwise I couldn't find any examples of how place names can predict natural disasters. Thanks.
Maybe not predict, but at least there's some indication, right?
Maybe there is an indication.
Louder, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it's not directly, but for instance, in Jakarta, it's famous with the flood. So there is a lot of things to do how to prevent the floods, but it's our fault, because from the name, from the toponym itself, the name is already said Rawa Mangun, Rawa Sari, Rawa Bada. So it's a place that you should not touch. Just make all apartments and then toll roads and then malls on top of that. That's why we have floods. So we, the one who are not respecting the environment, actually the names help us to know whether that place is actually not suitable for settlement. So for instance, Bandung is actually an area from the old ancient lake. So it's difficult and actually tricky, because that could be something, and suddenly you have a disaster and a flood and everything. So if you see from those names, you can predict which name is really tell you about the geological condition. So don't set up a city in that area. That's why there is a saying that don't change the name, because the name give you a history, give you a knowledge about that location. So I think that's the thing that I can give answer about how can we prevent the natural disaster. So don't build city in the area of, for instance, Rawa, something like that. Thank you.
Okay, so basically from the names we can learn what our ancestors had to say about the place. So if we then can use that information to take some actions in our development process, then most probably it will help us in preventing some natural disasters. Like Professor Romeling, when we had an earthquake in Palu, Central Sulawesi, there's a village that got we call it liquefaction, which is sunk in the mud after the earthquake. And from the historians, local historians over there, we got information that the area used to be called Nalondo or Nalonjo, which means sunk in the mud, so many years ago. But then the name changed, so nobody now awares that the area is prone to be sunk in the mud, prone to liquefaction disaster. So that's something that we can learn from the names. Okay, I think we can go to one more question. Okay, to Professor Lauder from Mr. Novaldi. In West Sumatra, many regions or nagari use numbers. For example, for a district, we have ampe angke. It's written as 4 in Rome's letters in angke, or ampat angkat, or 4 rooms angkat in bahasa Indonesia. So how to deal with this according to the toponymy standard? Professor Lauder, go ahead.
Okay. The rules that we have is please don't use numbers for toponyms. So if you want to give a name for a place, don't use numbers. It's going to conflict with other things. But because these names is already used hundreds of years ago, for instance, so there is no other way that we can just preserve that and give explanation about the history, why that area name like that. But in the future, please don't do that because it's going to confuse the especially for the cartographers. It's difficult to put names in the maps, which is with numbers. I think there is nothing we can do because the name is already there. We can preserve it, or there is a consensus with the elderly people there, with all the people there, they agree to rename that place. That's another possibility. But you know, from the previous research, it's not easy to change the name because there is a thick or a strong bond between the name and the people who lives there. So this is just another possibility to avoid that kind of thing. But if not, then that's that. This is already the new rules, the new peraturan pemerintah 2021. Don't do that again for new name place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lauder. I think we come to the end of our first session. Again, I would like to thank our speakers, especially Professor Ormeling, who had to get up really early, 5 o'clock a.m. in the morning in the Netherlands. So thank you very much, Professor Ormeling, for sharing your knowledge and information with us. Also, I would like to thank you, Professor Lauder, who always has been there for us in our effort to standardize the toponyms or the geographical names in Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much. Now I give the floor time back to Aldila. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulyana. Good afternoon, honored participants. We would like to thank you for your participation in the first session of this webinar. We hope this event could improve your knowledge regarding the geographical names. Shortly, we will have a break before we start the second session of the webinar. Before break, there are some information for all participants. First, the second session of webinar will begin at 1 p.m. at GMT+7 or Jakarta time. So participants from different time zones may adjust accordingly. Second, all participants may stay in this room meeting while waiting. Or, if you would leave for a while, you may join the meeting room with the same link in the morning. Third, if participants have any inquiries regarding this webinar, please do not hesitate to reach the contact person to tika.dwi@big.go.id or septian.dewi@big.go.id. The email address also appears on your screen. Fourth, participants may download the presentation at toponim.id/webinar material. You may see the URL address on your screen. Last but not least, the certificate of participation will be sent to the email of registered participants. Thank you and see you again at 1 p.m.
Bumi kita terdiri dari berbagai macam objek, dari yang alami seperti gunung, bukit, dataran tinggi, sungai, laut, dan pulau. Dan yang buatan seperti wilayah administrasi pemerintahan, objek yang dibangun, kawasan khusus, serta tempat berpenduduk. Semua ini adalah unsur rupa bumi. Unsur rupa bumi bagian dari rupa bumi yang terletak di bawah, pada, atau di atas permukaan bumi dan dapat dikenali identitasnya melalui pengukuran atau dari kenampakan fisiknya, baik yang berada di wilayah darat, pesisir, maupun laut. Nama yang diberikan pada unsur rupa bumi disebut dengan nama rupa bumi. Tahu nggak sih, ternyata nama rupa bumi memiliki aturan dan prinsipnya tersendiri loh. Hal ini tertuang dalam Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 2 Tahun 2021 tentang penyelenggaraan nama rupa bumi. Ada 10 prinsip nama rupa bumi, yaitu yang pertama ialah menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Yang kedua, dapat menggunakan bahasa daerah atau bahasa asing apabila unsur rupa bumi memiliki nilai sejarah, budaya, adat istiadat, dan atau keagamaan. Yang ketiga, menggunakan abjad Romawi. Maksudnya menggunakan abjad Latin yang digunakan secara internasional dalam penulisan nama rupa bumi. Yang keempat, menggunakan satu nama untuk satu unsur rupa bumi. Apabila satu unsur rupa bumi mempunyai beberapa nama, maka perlu ditetapkan satu nama resmi dan nama lainnya tetap tercatat di Gastir Republik Indonesia, seperti Museum Fathahillah adalah nama lain dari nama rupa bumi baku Museum Sejarah Jakarta. Kelima, menghormati keberadaan suku, agama, ras, dan golongan. Keenam, menggunakan paling banyak 3 kata. Yang ketujuh, menghindari penggunaan nama orang yang masih hidup dan dapat menggunakan nama orang yang sudah meninggal dunia paling singkat 5 tahun, terhitung sejak yang bersangkutan meninggal dunia. 8. Menghindari penggunaan nama instansi atau lembaga. 9. Menghindari penggunaan nama yang bertentangan dengan kepentingan nasional dan atau daerah. Dan yang terakhir ialah memenuhi kaidah penulisan nama rupa bumi dan kaidah spasial. Nah, teman-teman, ternyata nama rupa bumi itu tidak hanya sekedar nama ya. Di dalamnya mengandung prinsip yang bertujuan untuk menjaga warisan budaya, sejarah, adat istiadat, dan agama, serta menjaga kedaulatan Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia.
Good afternoon, honored participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the webinar Recognizing Generic Terms in Geographical Names from Local Language. Now, we will start the second session of this webinar, and Dr. Ade Komara Mulyana will continue to moderate this session. Please, Mr. Mulyana, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Aldila. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for still being with us in the continuation of this morning session. We'll now have the second session of our discussion. We will have two speakers again, one from Philippines and one from Indonesia. So the first speaker will be Professor Meliton Juanico. So my apology if I do not pronounce your name correctly. He is a retired professor in cartography and urban and regional planning at University of the Philippines in Quezon City. He is a licensed environmental planner, and he has been active in planning consultancy work for the public and private sector. His specialization and interest includes land use planning, climate and disaster risk assessment, and alternative approaches to urban and rural development. He has been writing broadsheet articles on place names, and cultural heritage, as well as psycho-socioeconomic development issues. So the next 30 minutes, we will be listening to whatever Professor Juanico would like to share with us today. So it's an honor to have you, Professor Juanico. So the floor is yours for the next 30 minutes. Thank you. I think you are still muted.
The phrase there, it's not psycho but physical.
Oh,
because I'm more interested
physical.
in
Okay,
physical geographic factors.
Okay, sorry for that.
But of course, it was also psychological aspects.
Sure.
Yeah. So first slide, please. So that's the topic of my talk, local languages and toponyms in the Philippines. I would like to present a background with regard to Philippine languages that are the basis, for the local languages that are being used by local settlements, So we have only 120 to 175 languages compared to the greater number of languages of Indonesia, we have 8 major languages in the country, again, lower than Indonesia's major languages, namely Tagalog, Cebuano, Ilocano, Hiligaynon or Ilonggo, Bicol, Waray, Pampanga, and Pangasinense. Most of the languages spoken in the country are derived from Malay-Polynesian roots. Indeed, Malay and Tagalog, are the basis of the Philippines' national language, which is Filipino, Tagalog. They share Sanskrit origins and root words as they are part, of the same Austronesian language families that migrated to us, from as far as India, inherited Sanskrit words. And so we see them now in Southeast Asian countries, especially Philippines, Indonesia, Javanese, Balinese, and of course Malaysian languages and other close countries, beside us. So on cursory examination, I came across 36 similar Tagalog, and Malay words, from which Bahasa Malaysia and Bahasa Indonesia are based. So, for example, there are words like langit in Tagalog, which is langit in Malay, meaning heaven. Sakit in Tagalog, sakit in Malay, and which meaning, the meaning of which is ill. Pangulo in Tagalog, Panghulo in Malay, and meaning president. So we have saksi in Tagalog, saksi in Malay, meaning witness. Sarap in Tagalog, but very close also is sidap in Malay, meaning delicious. Sulat in Tagalog, surat in Malay, and meaning letter. Mahal and mahal, yes, the same, expensive. Sinta, sinta, but in Malay, the word S in Tagalog is changed to C. Then you have anak, which is found in the two languages, and then batu, with the letter O at the end, and batu in Malay, meaning stone. Ikaw in Tagalog, kau in Malay, meaning you. Then sanggol in Tagalog and sanggol in Malay, but with the spelling of you instead of O, meaning baby. Now, I remember last time I saw a publication for the Southeast Asian region, which is about maritime affairs. The title is laot. So laot, I was told, is a common word, in the Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia, meaning open sea, laot. So they use that as a title for the magazine. So the idea here is that we are all joined, by these languages and the root words. And even now this early, I would like to also mention my thesis that these languages that, for example, evolved from our local settlements, when the natives first settled in the area and with the Spaniards who settled in the area. The idea is they should be preserved so that there is a continuity and, a close relationship, between our countries that very related in our history, experience, and maybe economically speaking, they can also help us, in creating, the socio-economic grouping, that we call the Bimpayaga. So one major importance, of maintaining similar words and not changing them, as used in local areas. So that's also one of my major theses. So next slide, please. Next slide. I analyzed the names of Philippine provinces. These are the local names of, based on the topographic local languages, that were used in the toponyms of places. I noticed that among Philippine provinces, there's a preponderance of physical local names, or local names based on local languages, like 66% pertain to physical. So you have, among the physical, I noticed that there are a lot of maritime terminologies because of the fact that we are a maritime country. Although the number of our islands is smaller than Indonesia, but still we have a lot of islands, totaling now to 7,641, islands, which have their own local languages. So these are reflected, these are classified according to physical. and then reclassified or subclassified according to hydrospheric. There's a lot of it. And then we have also the lithospheric, like the natural sciences and the land, the mountain, topography, things like that. But there is none so much with regard to the biosphere or the atmospheric aspect of physical geographic aspects. Nevertheless, this would reflect the physical preponderance, of local names based on local languages. And when I studied how these names came about, when I studied towns, municipalities in the Philippines, how they got this, these were the features or the characteristics of the places, the major or the common or the arresting characteristics of the places that the natives noticed when they settled the area, even including, the Bornean datos who came to us, and also including the observation also of the Spaniards. You see, so they used the physical factors in naming the local communities, so which has meaning to them. That's why, because these are places that are noticeable, they evoke admiration, they evoke awe, they evoke inspiration, maybe they evoke a protective feeling, for these natural resources or natural features that they have experienced. That's why there's a preponderance of 66%. Now, without the cultural, there's only about 34%. For the provinces, as you notice, they usually pertain to person's name, another place, ethno-linguistic group, cultural feature. So it's more of name or nominal, cultural aspects. I would say that these cultural names are actually names that have been used in renaming. There's a tendency. These are actually names that have been used to rename the physical terminologies that were discovered or noticed by the original settlers and the colonizers. So they're fewer in numbers, but as I will show you later, especially with regard to the cities, these cultural names are increasing in number, no? As you can see, no? So for example, and then I would like to mention also that among these local names based on the physical characteristics, I would say, and they have been Hispanized, you see. 82% have been Hispanized, meaning if you look at their orthography, they have been using, or they have been actually changed by the Spanish colonizers to Spanish orthography. Like for example, they changed the K to C, the S to Z, the I to UI, the WI to UE. So that is the influence of the Spanish colonization with us, because it's a product of the long colonization that we experienced with the Spaniards for over 3 centuries. So there's really an impact there of the Spanish colonization. And in the cultural, there are now more among the cities. If you go now to the cities, no? Next slide, please. Next slide, cities. Yeah, you notice that in the cities, there are, I would say, in the cities, the physical factors are still greater in number at 52.4%. But I noticed that the cultural names, of the local areas based on local languages are greater now in percentage, something like 47.6. Although the physical names are still higher, but there's now a preponderance, there is now an increase in the cultural names, 47.6%. This is a trend, especially in the cities. And again, I would like to repeat that this nomenclature based on the names of personages, you can see later. Next slide, please. Next slide. You can see that these are names of people, especially the names of local persons, Filipino presidents, heroes, politicians, Spanish governor generals, gobernadorcillos, monarchs, and then Catholic saints and Savior, Mama Mary, Jesus Christ, and the saints of the Catholics. And these are names, I noticed, that have been used for renaming the original local names based on the local languages. That is the trend now, you see. So, and if you notice, so 55% have been Hispanized, no? 55% has been Hispanized. Again, using the Spanish orthography. Okay. Again, a reflection, of the influence of the Spaniards. Next slide, please. So the linguistic status of the Spanish lexemes and the Philippine toponymic system reveals their assimilation to the norms of the local Philippine languages. Thus, in the full form of Filipino toponyms, there is a combination of Spanish components with components mostly in Filipino and to a lesser extent in English. As you know, the English did not have, the Americans did not have much influence on us. They have just been with us for 50 years versus the more than 3 centuries of Spanish occupation. So, but it seems also that the Americans were not really keen on maybe changing the orthography. They're more interested in using names of their heroes, in changing the names of the local areas. The Spanish components in the Philippine toponymy are represented by, in national and micro areas, okay? And they reflect the pervasive interaction of the Spanish colonizers with the level of onomastic vocabulary with the numerous ethnic groups. So they were actually mingling a lot, with the local people, especially as they set up, this plaza complex system, that was set up in all the Spanish colonization, colonized areas, based on the edict of the Spanish monarch. So there in the plaza complex, that's where they found, the Spanish influences, where the Spanish orthography are found. So I would say that although seemingly innocuous, this trend particularly reflects what you call specialized politics. So in the Philippines, there is this practice of specialized politics. For example, when the Spaniards came to our shores, they imposed, their culture, their ideas, their customs, traditions, ideas and beliefs, to emphasize maybe the superiority of the Spanish culture over us. But my misgiving is I don't know why they did not teach us the Spanish language. They only changed the orthography. I don't know if this is right or wrong, but I would have wished that the Spaniards should have taught us, the Spanish language, because had they taught this to us, together with the language of the Americans, we would have been exposed to so many countries all over the world. Spanish and English are two of the most commonly used languages in the world, and it could help us. It could have helped us, in our socio-economic development as we transact, with this South American, European people, with regard to socio-economic development. But sadly, we were not taught the Spanish language. Although in the Philippines, there are places where corrupted, bastardized Spanish is spoken. Like, for example, Indonesians would notice that there are a lot of bastardized Spanish words, in Zamboanga. Many notice that because Zamboanga is very near Indonesia and Malaysia. And there is a place also here in Cavite, yes, where they speak also corrupted Spanish, because that part of the Philippines was used by the Spaniards, for constructing their galleon trade during the times of the galleon trade with China, and Acapulco. So those are only a few places where they speak corrupted Spanish at that. So next, let me see. So I would like to mention that NAMREA's revised guidelines say that tertiary roads can be ranked after local officials. Now, what this means, and this I think in line also with my proposal, that the changing of old original local settlements based on local languages, I think should only be relegated to minor streets in the barangays or in the small towns, but not in the big cities, So that's my viewpoint, But they didn't follow that. It's actually in the NAMREA's suggestion, although this has no teeth, to be implemented. Then also, NAMREA says that natural features such as islands, rivers, seas, so forth, shall not be renamed unless reverted to their old indigenous names. This is what I've been saying in my thesis, that the lands, the rivers, as you noted, the physical characteristics, there's a preponderance of them in the old names, of the local areas based on local languages. So even NAMREA is conscious of this. This should not be changed because they have many connotations that pertain to the history, to the experience, of people originally as they settled in the area. And this has meaning to them, especially in creating what we call topophilia in the process of what we call place making that would lead to the protection, especially before I used to focus on cultural preservation, but now especially in the preservation of their environmental resources and the pristine character of their environmental resources, when they are conscious of this, this should lead to the protection of these environmental resources that they have seen when they arrive at the place, you see. And so it has a lot of meaning to this. But as you can see now, the Philippines, is already denuded, like, for example, forests. It used to cover, I would say, 90% of the whole Philippines. But now, how many is it? It is 30%. So, but retaining the names of the local languages in the local areas would somehow make the people realize of their previous resources that they need to protect or maybe bring back again, you know, to their pristine character, even if these are just secondary forests, because a lot of these primary forests have already been cleared, you know, by unscrupulous businessmen. That's our dilemma in the Philippines right now. Now, so we noticed that in Luzon, 34% no, of the 155 changes have been changed to, usually that's the tendency, to local personages such as national heroes, local notable personalities, and holy names. This is a trend. I don't know when it will stop. I don't know. It's a possibility that all the names of local areas could be changed to names of people. Now, what happened now to the semiotic, to the connotative characteristics, you know, of these old names? They will be lost to posterity. So this is my plan, and in fact, this was emphasized also, you know, by Professor Dr. Lauder. It's also a problem in Indonesia. So in Visayas, it's only small, 21. But in Mindanao, there have been changes, no, of these physical geographic features to names of personages. And the Philippines, 33, would you believe, 33% of the changes are about names. I don't know when this will end. So this trend, as I said, may not be considered desirable, as the semiotic significance of toponyms based on the local languages are lost, especially those pertaining to the physical. I'm emphasizing now the physical, geographic, and environmental features. Where before, I've been emphasizing the cultural dimension. Now I think I should focus in a balanced manner to the physical, geographic, and environmental features because they pertain to our natural resources, which is the basis of our socioeconomic development. A lot have been already desecrated or destroyed or lost. So that is my plan. Next slide, please. So the Philippines has yet to seriously examine the place name system, including the rampant whimsical practice of changing historic names of streets and structures and putting in their stead names of local politicians. This is what I'm saying. For instance, no, in a study I made in the recent list of 370 renamed streets in Metro Manila, would you believe that more than 50 place names with environmental and cultural heritage value have been renamed after local politicians and businessmen who are not very well known, you know? So they were just, as I tell you, frivolously selected, you know. But for example, I will give you an example. In Metro Manila, there's a calle called Aceteros. Aceteros. Acete means oil, you know. But they changed it to an innocuous name, you know, M. De Santos, who is not well known in local, maybe notable politician there, but very local. This is very significant, you know, even if it is Hispanized and not a local dialect, no? Still, it has historical meaning also. So maybe this is also, there's also a need to preserve this. For example, if you look at the meaning of Basiteros, it will make you think of the history of the place and maybe its resources that can actually be revived. It's about, you know, it's about the pressing, you know, of oil, fragrant oil from Aceteros, ilang-ilang, our beautiful flower, you know. And the perfume usually exported to France, which is the center of the perfume industry of the world. So Aceteros is now lost to posterity. Now I can cite to you many places like word arroceros, meaning a place, you know, where they have these rice mills. I don't know if they have changed it already to the name of a local personage. So to stress, I think the changing of these very significant names, you know, local names, I think the use of the name should be relegated maybe to the minor insignificant street names of small towns and barangays. Yeah. So that we will not lose our history, you know. So,
Excuse me, Professor Juanico, you have
Yes.
5 more minutes.
pardon?
You have five more minutes.
Yes. I'm winding up.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Now, number 8, please. So, well, this is just an example. You know, this is just the explanation, you know, sort of, I would call a theoretical explanation, you know, that place names could be used as semiotic stimuli or cues for preserving environmental, physical, and heritage landscapes. Yes, that is the importance, you know, of these local names, no? They can be used as reminders or rallying iconographies for conserving, again, I want to stress, environmental and also cultural heritage. The most characteristic symbolic forms which allow the intellectual flexibility and abstraction is language. Yes, language, very important. Local languages, such as that used for local settlements, you know. The conditions by which the word symbols reproduce or characterize feelings will have been termed, you know, in the literature as symbol transparency or symbol realism. The importance of the symbolic significance of places. Next slide, please. So the government is not remiss also in its consciousness, you know, preserving the local names. For example, our Philippine Historical Commission, our local government code says that the name of the local government unit or public place, street, or structure that has a historical, cultural, or ethnic significance shall not be changed unless by a unanimous vote of the Sangguniang concerned or in consultation with the PHC. But it seems to me that the Philippine Historical Commission does not have enough clout legally. So sometimes the Sangguniang prevails, you know, in the naming. Also, in the case of NAMRIA, it has also this report on National Standardization of Geographic Names in the Philippines. The NAMRIA also discourages the frivolous renaming of significant local place names, and that is commendable for NAMRIA in terms of preserving the local place names. And I hope that they go on with this, especially in including them in the current National Gazetteer that they are preparing. So that's all that I can say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Professor Juanico. That's
Yeah.
very interesting presentation. You mentioned that most of the objects are named based on the physical character, and about how many percent, I forgot the number, are named based on the cultural aspect of the object. However, there is a trend in Philippines of changing the names that was based on local knowledge, local culture, to names of personages. So that's very interesting development, and you urge to stop this development, to stop the name changing from name based on the culture and local history to names based on person. Okay, there have been several questions written in Q&A chat box, but we will discuss it later after the last but not the least presentation, which will be given by Professor Dr. Moh Aris Marfai. He is now the head or the Director General of Geospasial Information Agency of Indonesia. He's also a professor in Faculty of Geography at Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, where he was appointed as Dean of the same faculty in 2016 to 2021, before he was appointed to become our head. So Professor Rafai got his PhD from Germany and his master degree from ITC, University of Twente and Skedi, the Netherlands. He will be talking about the role of geospatial information in geographical name standardization and the process of geographical name standardization in Indonesia. Okay, Professor Rafai, the time is yours. You have about also 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the handsome moderator, Pak Ade.
Thank you very much
for giving us the opportunity. The honorable speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am very happy to share and discuss with you all related to the what we call toponym or geographical name. It is very important. Geographical name help us to identify the important historic and cultural significant location as well as the features. They commemorate and acknowledge our past for sure, and they help us also to define ourselves and our place within the society. So today, I would like to share with the title Geospatial Information and Geographical Name Standardization in Indonesia. The next slide, please. If we have a look at these slides, we have the past event in 2018, what we call unfortunate disaster, happened in the north of Palu with 7.5 magnitude of earthquake, struck off Balaura neighborhood, causing vast and enormous destruction. It was about 1,700 houses were swallowed due to the liquefaction. And surprisingly, there is an unforgotten fact: before 1970s, Balaura was not a residential area actually, and the original name was Lonjo. The word Lonjo is derived from Nalonjo, which means swampy or muddy. In addition, there is also the term Nalondo, which means sinking, sunk in a by mud. In the past, people avoided inhabiting Lonjo actually because they were aware that the place was dangerous from the name. So unfortunately, as the time goes by, the story behind the name Lonjo is slowly forgotten, and the name changed to Balaroa, and therefore then we have the disaster happened in 2018. So actually, geographical name also bring contact of understanding the process of the earth as well as the data. They provide place and location as an example of this event of Nalonjo. The next slide, please. UNGGIM has further included geographical name actually as a part of the global fundamental geospatial data terms. And in Indonesia, the geographical name is also included in one of the elements of the base map, part of the basic geospatial information. Indonesia now has a government regulation regarding the implementation of geographical name standardization, which mandated by BIGS and GNI. Therefore, apart from being a national mapping agency, we in BIG also act as an NGNI, so that there is a synergy of geographical names and geospatial information management in Indonesia. So if we have a look on the word cloud about the geographical name, there is a need to provide authoritative data as a single reference. Then the gazetteer is one of the authoritative and standard geographical name content provided by the government for sure. On the other hand, also the implementation of standardization of geographical name is expected in us to realize data information of good quality, accurate, knowledgeable, consistent, sustainable, reliable, standardized, transparent, enduring, agreed, as well as official indeed. The next slide. Nowadays, geospatial information and technology speed up utilizing geographical names and geospatial information for our daily life activity and sustainable development. So geographical information, as we mentioned, the location, shape information as in the picture, is defined as any information type that has an element of location or georeference, either on inside or above the Earth's surface. While the improvement of the technology for survey mapping in the field of terrestrial and land and marine, for example, also photogrammetry, remote sensing, indeed can help us identify geographical elements so that we can then use them as basis for tracking named geographic element when collecting toponym data. The next slide. We are in PIG. We have main task and function based on Geospatial Information Law for 2011 as a regulator, meaning formulating and controlling technical policies in the field of GI. Also, we should do executing as executor, mainly to execute the basic geospatial information, and also to execute the thematic geospatial information, which is not yet being held by other institutions. Also, we have a function as the coordinator, meaning coordinating, integrating, and synchronizing the implementation of GI, as well as we should do advisor, which is providing guidance for the executor and user of the thematic GI, for example, for other ministers, as well as other agencies in Indonesia. The next slide. In Indonesia, when data policy encourage open and accountable government to the public. So Indonesia has been struggling actually with the data scattering around different governments and agencies, also in institutions, hindering the authorities in devising database policy and the public of obtaining accurate data. This is indeed, and as institutions publish different figures, though this is the same object. So this is actually our difficulties. The principle of the openness in running the government is needed mainly to realize a participatory government where people can actively participate in overseeing policy implementation, for example. This includes also the stages of one map, meaning the compilation, the integration, as well as the synchronization. The next slide. This is actually Indonesia has long journey in implementing geographical name standardization. The task of geographical name digitalization in Indonesia can be traced back. It was in 1993 when the Toponimi National Standing Committee was established based on the ministerial decree. And then in 97-98, around that, the team name changed in the Committee of the Geographical Name. And then in 2000, the ministerial decree was updated on the term name change in the naming of the inventory of geographical name. And the last was in 2001, the ministerial decree was updated again. The team name changed into the facilitation team for naming and standardizing geographical name. So as time went by, then the government was becoming more aware. We realized and we aware that how important it is the standardization of geographical names. Therefore, in 2006, the government formed an umbrella organization. We named it the umbrella organization of the some ministers and agencies, what we call the national team for geographical name standardization. And this mainly also to form a standard procedure of the geographical name standardization, also have the task to national-wide standardization of geographical names, spelling, pronunciation in terms of the national gazetteer, as well as to propose the national gazetteer as source material for government regulation, as well as to provide a guide for local government regarding the geographical name, also represent Indonesia in international event related to the geographical naming. The next slide, please. In recent development, with many ministers and agencies starting to acknowledge the importance of the geographical name, the urge to have a firm standpoint from the standardization arises. Yes, for sure. Indeed, the existing standardization regulation issued by us, by Geospasial Information Agency, needs reinforcement, mainly to gain a higher legal power and has a wider reach in society. However, further discussion revealed that geographical names hold a vital role in many aspects of national interest, such as preserving the local language, national sovereignty, and identifying the international society, etc., and so on. Therefore, the urgency to have an even more elevated legal base for geographical standardization is inevitable, actually. Then on 7 January 2021, the government of Indonesia enacted the government regulation number 2, 2021 on standardization of geographical names. To enactment of the government regulation number 2, 2021 is fundamental as it is regulate the standardization of geographical names comprehensively. Technically, the government regulation established the new workflow that no longer adopt the workflow outlined in the previous regulation, but according to this new regulation, the procedure for assigning and changing the geographical name consists of data collection, toponym data review, public announcement, standardization, assigning, as well as publishing the National Geographical. The next slide. Based on the government regulation, as I mentioned before, geographical name must meet at least these following 10 principles. The use of Indonesian language, may use the local language or foreign language if the geographical feature has historic culture, custom, or religious value, for example. Then the use of the Roman script for sure, as well as the use of the name for geographical feature. We should also respect the existence of the ethnicity, religion, race, and class. Also, limit names to a maximum of 3 words. This is to keep us not to have the long name, also to easy to understand the name. As well as we should also avoid using proper personal names of people who are still alive, or may use the name of the deceased person for maximum, actually we have this state, 5 years after the death of the person. Also avoid using the name of the agencies or institution, as well as avoid using the name contrary to the nation or regional interests, as well as fulfill the writing and spatial principle of geographical name. The next slide. The geographical name is stored in the, what we call it, our system, what we call SINAR database with some information. The attribute information of the geographical name at least consists of geographical name, feature type, coordinates, meaning of the name, alternate name, original language, historic behind the name, as well as the pronunciation, how we pronounce the name. And geographical names can be combined by supporting information, for example, in the form of multimedia data, such as image, sound recording, and audio-visual recording if it is necessary. The next slide. In the publication of geographical name activity, after verification and validation conducted in the multi-level activities and involving multiple stakeholders, we preserve and publish a single and authoritative standard geographical name in the National Geographical, called what we call Geographical of the Republic of Indonesia. This Geographical is accessible to the public and should be used as a single reference for government duties, as well as for other purposes, society purposes, private purposes, etc., and so on. We distribute this Geographical into 2 models, actually. The first is consist Geographical printed version, and then the second, the complete Geographical online through our system, which is what we call SINAR website. Slide number 12. Therefore, in DIG, in our agency, we keep supporting the preservation of local generic terms as well as the local languages in our database, in our Geographical, and of course, for sure, supporting and collaborating with other agencies, other institutions and ministries, as well as the local governments. Through toponymic pronunciation in Gazetteer of the Republic of Indonesia, we realized that we need to preserve recorded locally spoken geographical name and collect the pronunciation of the geographical names in Indonesia as well. The next slide. This is an example of geographical name that is stored in the SINAR website, our system. Among the attribute information of the geographical name, as it is seen on the picture, there is some information that is provided in order to preserve local generic term and local languages. The origin languages are there, the meaning behind the name are there, historic of the name is also there, as well as the how to pronounce the name as well. This is for example, and next slide please. 4 years, the Ministry of Education and Culture, nowadays become the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research and Technology, has been conducted research on the toponym in order to preserve local languages in Indonesia. The minister with us, with BIG, in designing thematic research to add and complete the language protection mode. Any kind of linguistic research is really important actually nowadays. We realize that and needed to improve of our system, what we call it SINAR system, and standardization of the geographical name in general. So the procedure of language map mapping, for example, we should also include the data identification, database compilation, language and mapping processes, as well as the map layouting. So there is many things actually we should do to that. And the next slide. So no 14. So we are ending of this session actually, and we are thank you very much for your kind attention. I'll give back the time to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Marfai, for your excellent presentation. So a lot of information wrapped into a short presentation on how the standardization process of geographical names is conducted in Indonesia. So the latest development is that we now have a government regulation, which is in our hierarchy of regulation, is second only to the law. So we have law, and then below the law we have a government regulation. So it is above presidential regulation. So we have a government regulation on standardization of geographical names issued earlier this year. And we are now in the process of implementing this regulation. On the technology side, we have developed or we have been developing an information system called SINAR, information system for collecting, managing, publishing geographical names. Okay, dear participants, we move on to the Q&A session for this second session. We have collected several questions to be discussed, and hopefully Prof. Marfai and Prof. Waniko can share their view on this question. Okay, the first one is from, again, from our colleague from Sri Lanka Survey Department, Mr. Brian Rupasinghe, to Professor Waniko, because it doesn't mention Philippines, but from the time that he was typing this question, it was when Professor Waniko was giving his presentation. So Professor Waniko, oh, we lost Professor Waniko, we lost Dr. Mellington. Let me check. Okay. Yeah, we lost Professor Waniko, so too bad, but we are trying to get him back into our seminar because there are a lot of questions on what's going on in Philippines. We move on to, oh yeah, okay. Now Professor Juanico is back. Dr. Meliton, can you hear us?
Excuse me, because I lost, there's a computer glitch here.
Okay.
What's the question, please?
Okay. Now we just about to start with the Q&A. So here's the first one for you. Is the taxonomy of place names as you presented in your slides is in line with any standard, either UNGEGN standard or any other? And the second one is on the trend of changing the names from local cultural based names into names of personnel. Don't you have any legislation to restrict these changes? Do you have any comment on that?
Well, I would say that the standardization is now being initiated by NAGRIA.
Okay.
So, especially towards its formulation of this gazetteer that it's been doing, But I don't know, my suggestion would be part of the standardization maybe is to use, I don't know, this is just a long shot, the use of the Tagalog, orthography maybe as part of the standardization. So we'll have to see that because NAMRIA is still halfway through its compilation of its gazetteer, no? But they have, as I mentioned here, they have already some principles being followed in their standardization, no? The problem with standardization is I don't know how they can reconcile that with the thought of losing, the characteristics also of the Spanish past as well as the American past, because we cannot maybe really entirely disregard this because it's part of our history. But maybe standardization will come in the form, of orthographic, changes like spelling, words, letters, things like that. No. Maybe they can get hints, inspiration from bahasa Indonesia or bahasa Malaysia. That could be the thing, because they have not yet really come to grips with the nitty-gritty of standardizing, But they are into the effort already, no. So those are my views, but they're doing it actually halfway. So the production of the gazetteer.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. So, in principle, what you are doing in Philippines is about the same as what we are doing right now. So we are going to publish gazetteer as the official and authoritative documents on the name. So if the name is not on gazetteer, it's not going to be considered as an official authoritative name. Okay, the Q&A slides again, please. Okay, this is from Mrs. Dia Kirana, Indonesia. Dear Professor Juanico, I found in Laguna that several streets use name of Indonesian places. So there are streets called Malang, Jakarta, Bogor, Bandung in Laguna. So do you have any background how it came? Or is there any history to this process?
Laguna, is quite far from Indonesia. It's in the north. So I would not be surprised if the similarities are down south in Mindanao, but this is Laguna. So my theory is, as you know, for example, when historically speaking, for example, when the Sulu Sultanate, was very influential, it actually went up to northern Philippines, and if you look at the history of the Philippines, Manila was actually a Muslim, palisaded kingdom. So that explains why these Indonesian words went up there, and they were used in the naming of many places there in Laguna, which is quite far, from Mindanao. So that explains, it is explained by the history, of the country, being influenced by Muslim, culture, until the Muslims were sort of, I would say, pushed down again by the Spaniards when they occupied Metro Manila as the port city, of the country. That's why many Bahasa Indonesia or Bahasa Malaysia terms are still found in Laguna, although it's far from Indonesia. So that there could be the explanation. And maybe they should be retained, for, I would say, unifying our countries together, and not really, doing away with our cultural and historical relationships and connections. That's good, actually. So that's also my thesis, that this should be preserved, so that we will see that we have, these connections, these close relationships with the Muslim kingdoms, not only, in the Sulu Sultanate, but even as far as the Majapahit, the Srivijaya empires that really had an influence, on the whole Philippines, for that matter, because we were a Muslim palisaded kingdom when the Spaniards came to our place. That explains why there are many Tagalog words there that are, related to Bahasa Malaysia or Bahasa Indonesia especially.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Melinton Juanico.
Yeah.
And then the next one, please. It's still for Professor Juanico, I guess.
Mhm.
The next slide, please. This is for, sorry, so for Professor Aris Merpai, the head of PIG. This is regarding the standardization of Indonesia. Do the general public have the provision to make a request to change an existing name or to propose a new name to a geographic feature or location in your regulation or in our regulation?
Shall I answer right now?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, the moderator, and also for the very interesting question. Indeed, this is actually what we call valid democratic mechanism that we have. While the citizens is also play very important roles, they are involved and also they are belonging to this geographical name as well. So therefore, the government of Indonesia through the government regulation actually officially recognize the contribution from the citizens, from us, from the society. Then even more, the official application for geographical name standardization. As I mentioned before, in our SENA system, this is fully open for all. However, there should be also the, what we call it, control. And therefore, there will be several steps in proposing this name or changing the name to make sure that the request is legal and also worth to consider. Therefore, there should be several steps. For example, to verification of the local government up to the national government, as well as this is important to see the languages, to see also the meaning, to exercise whether these proposed are in line with, or there is no contrary with the national or regional interest, as well as they should be fulfill the requirement, at least as I mentioned on the government regulation number 2, 1 to 10 what's the requirement. So I think principally this is okay, but should be controlled and exercising within the several steps. Thank you, Pak Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Marfai. So in principle, our application or our information system, which is called SINAR, is open to everybody. So everybody can have access to that application, can register themselves to be the contributor to the system. So they can collect names and submit the names and the coordinates, the photographs of the object, and so on and so on. But the information then will go through a process, starting a verification from the local governments up to the central government before it is announced and determined whether it's could be published in our gazetteer or not. Okay, but in principle, it's possible, like Prof. Marfai explained. Okay, next question, please. Okay, again to Professor Aris, the head of BIG. Bismillah, it has been a long time since you are presenting geographical names in Indonesia. So regarding especially the names of buildings and the names of residential areas, which has been named ignoring the regulation, the standard. Many of these names use foreign names, especially English, mainly for marketing purposes, so that it will sell easily. So it's against the rules and standards of naming of geographical names. For example, the Jakarta Design Center, Green Garden Residence, even Cibinong Science Center. So how BIG responds to this problem, and what concrete steps were taken or are going to be taken by the government, in this case BIG, to prevent and solve this problem? Go ahead, Prof. Aris.
Thank you. Indeed, actually, this is a matter of fact that we are facing right now. And also, this is not happened just recently, but it's already, as we may notice, since 5 or 10 years. Mainly, this is for marketing purposes. Yes, I agree. But also, in something, they keep it as identity, for example, etc., and so on. So, therefore, here we notice that we should. We know that there is the need of the increasing the public literacy of the government regulation, but actually not only for the public, but as well as also for minister agencies, institutions who are dealing with this. Meaning that actually our government regulation so far is not yet understood by all the institutions. Why? Just because first, this is in a matter of fact, this is the new regulation just born in 2021, but also there is also the awareness that we should increase the awareness of the people and the awareness of the leaders, the managers in the institution and the agencies to aware with the new regulation. So therefore, I would say we need to coordinate with the respective minister and the institution to push this regulation to increase the literacy of this government regulation, but also to improve the public literacy for the government regulation. However, actually, the English names is also somehow we make it what we call it. We absorb the word in English term, and then we make it as an Indonesian word. So for this case, they might be in the sound like English, but actually this is already what you call it as Indonesian word, for example. That's also possible. Other possibility, there is still open and chance, though it is little, may use the foreign language as it is also in the government regulation. If the geographical feature, for example, has the historical or cultural or customs or religious value. So this is still possible in the small chance using the foreign language. So we have to understand this as well. So besides, we have to coordinate, increase, pushing the literacy of the regulation, but we should also aware whether this word already absorbed as Indonesian words, or also we should aware that there is also chance to use the foreign language for the important thing. For example, if there is the meaning of the historical, culture, custom, or religious aspect. So we should one by one, case by case, to exercise this. Thank you, Pak Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Marfai. So in short, we are trying to educate more and more people, institutions, government institutions, local governments about our standardization process. Especially now we have a government regulation. So this is a time-consuming process, but we should do that. Okay, next question, please. To Professor Melton. Okay, with the tendency to change names to personage's name, do you think it is a good suggestion that changing places' names to personage is more suitable for man-made features like airport streets instead of natural features? Which means we can say it's okay to change it to the name of person if it is man-made features.
I would, I think, generally agree with that suggestion because they pertain to, well, usually, especially, this is a suggestion for new streets created, new infrastructure set up, especially also the street names of small towns and barangays. The names of people can be used, like for example, our airport is, international airport, but it can be done for new features of the landscape, new airports, new infrastructure, maybe new highways, new airports, new seaports. It can be done, but they should not be used for old names, that have a very important historical, cultural value. That could be done, yes, but to change the old names, with so many semiotic implications about our history and culture and our natural resource or pristine natural resources in the past, I don't think that would be advisable for me. We should have a respect for our historical, cultural, and physical geographic features. So that's a good suggestion, yes. New developments, new infrastructure, especially now, in the Duterte program now, build. There are many new structures that he is setting up, and maybe that could be the opportunity or places where he can use new names because they are not part of the historical landscape. That could be done there. Maybe if you can use the names, or you can also use local names or the dialects of the people there that they may choose. Yeah, they can do that, But the names can be used there, to distinguish, for example, personages that have been instrumental in setting up, this very noticeable or very, I would say, significant infrastructure that are being now planned by the Duterte administration. Maybe the president's name can be used there, and these very influential people in his cabinet that are very productive, like maybe Villar, maybe Tugadi, it can be used there. That's my suggestion. Otherwise, do not tamper with the old names already, because we'll be losing our historical, heritage, I would say, and also environmental heritage. Environment, I want to emphasize now, both of them, physical, geographic, and cultural. You see, that is found or reflected in the old local settlements that are based on local languages, so they will not die, in our history. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Okay, just a small question. So the persons whose names are used for the naming of the object, are they still alive or mostly the heroes?
Yes. Maybe there's the rule that you cannot use the name while they're still alive. Maybe wait for 5 years. No. But I would like to mention that in the Philippines, here in our university, there is a building there that has been named after a famous personage, but who's still living, but they use the names, and there have been a lot of complaints about it, but nothing happened because maybe of the influence, of people who placed that name there. That's a basic rule here. You are not supposed to use the name of the person, for naming an important structure or building if he's still alive. But I know one violation. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
I will not mention the name.
Okay. Understood. Okay, thank you very much. We still have time for the next question, please. So to Prof. Aris, is the government regulation on standardization of geographical names also applicable to online maps such as Google Maps, OpenStreetMaps, and etc.? That's a very interesting question.
Yes, indeed, this government regulation should also apply to every system on the mapping as well as the aspect of the geographical names, include the one using the digital platform or online platform such as Google Map, etc. and so on. And from this point, this is not impossible that we should also encourage and give campaigns, also socializing this governmental regulation to all these providers, in a way that we in the future we should have the the same name for the same point. However, this is not easy to do because, for example, if we have a look at the online map or the one who are developed from the crowd system, the participation of the community to give the name are very high, and there is beyond our control, for example, to verify as well as to mitigate the name given by the crowd to this system, the online one. However, it is as indication that BIG could not work alone on this case. As I underline again, we could not work alone on this case. So we need the society, we need the other institution, we need the people to understand, to literate with the governmental regulation in a way that we have the same platform, we have the same understanding how we should give the name. So by following the time, for example, time by time, when we also always pushing, always campaign this regulation, we do hope in the future we could minimize the improper name by the, for example, other system or the community, etc., and so on, as also to follow this regulation. Then we hope in the future. Terus Pak Ade.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Aris. So in the most ideal case, Google Maps or OpenStreetMaps and so on would use the gazetteer issued by the government for their names. That's in the most ideal case. But we have just published gazetteer, our national gazetteer last year, where we are processing publishing the second edition of gazetteer at the end of this year. So hopefully by the time, I mean, after several years, our gazetteer will be, getting larger and larger. More and more names are included in our gazetteer that could be used by everybody, including the online platforms. But yes, right now the online platforms has more names than our gazetteer. That's the fact, and because, like Professor Marpai said, they use a crowdsource methodology so that they can collect many names in relatively short time. And we do now communicate with the online platforms regarding the data sharing and so on. And hopefully we can use their names or the names that they have been collecting as an input to our system, where we can then verify and so on and so on. Then at the end, it will eventually publish in our gazetteer. Okay, is there any more question? Okay, again to Prof. Aris. It is not a question, but it's a little suggestion. I do hope that Professor Aris would reinitiate National Task Force on Standardization of Geographical Names due to the riots, maybe riot is a big word, the problems that we have been discussing in geographic features naming in time. So do you have any comment on this, Prof. Aris?
Yes, moderator. Indeed, actually, this also already accommodated in the government regulation, and we should do in our best to push and also to hand in hand to to solve this problem. So we do agree on this issue.
Okay, thank you very much. So in short, the government regulation accommodates the coordination and cooperation between or among several government institutions to manage the name standardization. Okay, is there any other question? Let me check. Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much for this session. It's also almost 2:30 here, which is we are approaching the end of the program, today's webinar. So I give the time back to Aldila.
Thank you, Mr. Ade Komara Mulyana. Honored participants, we are already at the end of this webinar. We would like to say thank you to all speakers, Mr. Orneling, Mrs. Mia Lauder, Mr. Melintan, Mr. Aris Marfai, and the moderator, Mr. Ade Komara Mulyana, and all participants who have joined us since this morning. Before I close this event, I would like to remind some information to all participants. First, if participants still have any inquiries regarding this webinar, please do not hesitate to reach the contact person to tika.dwi@big.go.id or septian.dewi@big.go.id. Second, participants may download the presentation at toponim.id/webinar material. And last but not least, the certificate of participation will be sent to the email of registered participants. Once again, I want to say thank you to all of you. I also would like to apologize if there is something that doesn't meet your expectation. We hope you enjoy this webinar. Keep safe and healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and have a nice day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Good job, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we learned a lot from the webinar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Juanico.
Yeah. And
Thank you, Prof. Ormeling. Nice to see you.
Keep healthy. Bye.
Hopefully we can meet each other very soon, offline, not online like this. Okay, thank you very much. You are free to leave if you like.
or maybe we can have our next webinar on a face-to-face.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah,
After the pandemic.
maybe sometime in Philippines or here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muliana. Thank you. Yep.